Good evening, friends. Hope you're having a wonderful day and a wonderful evening, and you are ready to play more Monster Train. We started in on Ekka doing the hat trick challenge. We did the first of Ekka's pathways, which went pretty okay. I really was not hoping to use up Time Father on that pathway, which was a bit of a shame, because we basically didn't use it at all, especially once we got the Offering Monument and we were already drawing 10 cards a turn. Was not helpful. Really not what I was hoping for. But, moving on. It went pretty well. I'm still worried about Ekka. Just because it's very easy for us to kind of whiff and not see things that I want. We can still probably make it work, but the more that I whiff on important things, the more that I have to kind of cobble together something else, which then makes it harder to win on the third run. So, anyways, we'll see where it goes. At least we got Stygian, which is a very good clan combo for Ekka. And Stygian in general is just very good. I'm sorry, I forgot to change the pyre. Need to fix that. I mean, it breaks our win streak. I don't care. But anyway, so we use Time Father. I think we want to use Life Mothers for at least one of these. She's probably one of the harder champs for Hat Trick. Sort of. She has some problems for sure. I mean, this is at least just going off of my general assumption, since I haven't done Hat Trick in Monster Train 2 before, obviously. Whereas a fair bit of experience with it in, Monster Train 1. But anyway, so, yeah, she's got some concerns to overcome, but she's at least not one of the champions that really benefits from cross-pathing. Because I feel people like Queen and Bullet definitely suffer a fair bit in not being allowed to cross-path. Most champions aren't like that, though. Most champions are pretty happy to just full path and things. Wildenton as well. In particular, I'm worried about Strangler. Predator and Thornlord are both pretty good, and Awoken in general is in a much better shape than they were a month ago. But Strangler is still a bit awkward, and I'm not wild about it. I'm basing it on the variance she inherently has. Yes and no. I get what you're saying. I do, in general, think that people are too harsh on Ekka and Luna as a whole. I constantly hear people say, Luna's banners are garbage, they're not worth taking, and, you're forced to always go with your other clan's banners. And I disagree with that. That's just not true. Yeah, they don't have the strongest banners, because they're not meant to be a unit-based clan for the most part. But, Astrologer still just has inbuilt scaling. A Lunar Priestess is a 1-capacity unit that does extra stuff for you. Also works very well with anything that wants to incant. Nightingale is sort of okay now. Silent Sentinel is a big block of stats. Selene Acolyte is both sweep and has built-in scaling. Shade Guard just stacks up a bunch of stats. Yeah, they have some problems to overcome, but, they're not bad units for the most part. Anyways, I still need to swap my pyre. So, what do we want? I think Bogworms and Life Mothers are good picks again. Harder the Pact, I might take. Aquas as well, I'd consider. I think I want to do kind of different things. I don't want to use the same 3 pyres every time. So we're going to try Heart of the Pact. At least it doesn't have as low of stats as it used to. It's still on the lower end of things, but at least it isn't being truly unduly punished. Okay, so we have Moon Pixie, Cuddle Hex, and Astrologer. It's a lot more low health units than I was particularly looking forward to. Fey gain Conduit and attack on Moon Cycle. Well, that's interesting. I don't, like, totally love it because I don't like relying on non-banner units for, like, my primary attacking units. Especially when neither of these clans has a, like, draw a unit spell. Like, Awoken and Pyreborn and Umbra all have something like that. Pray for Mooncycle Ekka this run. I mean, I'm sort of okay with Lunar Empress as well, since the Cuddle Hexes would allow me to freeze cards to save for the boss, which is also quite helpful. Either way, we'll take Phase Nook. I should have looked at this first. Okay, so we have to take Mooncycle. Alright, fair enough. I don't have any cycling currently, but that's not too big a deal. I do need to make decisions, though. Namely, do I want the Astrologer up front, up on top floor, or do I just want a Shield Steward? I think we're going to do this. I'm just a little worried because this is the worst boss for this. Not that there's many choices. There's only 2 bosses that can show up in Ring 1, but this is the worst of them. But yeah, anyways. At least I will gain a little bit of extra HP over the course of the fight, thanks to the moon cycling. I'm gonna kill that. And I guess we'll get you out. What's the cooldown on this, 2? I guess we'll freeze a Frozen Lance. Yeah, let's just do some healing and bulk up so we don't immediately fold to the boss. Also, I probably should have put the Astrologer up front, or in back, not. I mean, whatever. It's largely the same. Okay, well, we're doing some damage. He doesn't immediately murder everybody, just mostly immediately murders. Okay, so you survive for a round this way. Alright, but we have the kill. That's what matters. We're actually in pretty decent shape. Would be even better if we had more Ember, which we don't. Ta-da! Okay, not too bad. It's not what I want, but Meddler is an option. I mean, Meddler's not that bad for us. Like, we'll take Meddler. Although I should double check that I'm not drafting things I can't draft, but I'm pretty confident Meddler wasn't in there. Yeah, Meddler's fine. All of these should be okay. I don't think I want Helical Crystallis. It's good, but I think I don't want to take it. Do I want Guardian's Amulet? Kind of. Better on Silver Empress Helical is. Yeah, that's partly why I don't want to take it. Okay, we're gonna skip that. Alright, so here's the problem. I guess there is a Merchant of Steel right here. I want defense. And so, like, just going here looking for defense is not bad. I really want Lunar Priestess, though. That's, like, the ideal unit for me. On the other hand, if I leave it till the next run, that's also not the worst option, because it gives us phase control, which the Lunar Empress really wants. I think I'm going here, because I also would be pretty happy with Endless for Meddler. So, let's see what I can do. There's Endless. And then I used Nameless Siren, right? Yeah, I did Titan Sentry, Nameless Siren, and Shade Guard. But I could take a Cold Kalia. You know what? I'm willing to do that. At least for now. We might swap later, but at the moment I'm pretty happy to just take the Meddler with Endless and give Quick to you. Because I think that is a reasonably decent turn of events. Fish for Mage Blade. I mean, there's no Mage Blade upgrade in that shop. The Luna upgrade is Conduit, which I could have taken there, but I didn't. So, anyways, you're gonna go there. In there. Actually, do I want the Astrologer instead? I think I want this. And then what we really want is just to draw the Meddler. Okay. Quick is pseudo defense. I mean, that's why we're taking it. Like, it is not bad for us to have. It's not even pseudo defense. Like, it is defense. It's just that I also wanted, like, incant armor, and I didn't do that. But I now have the Meddler, which I can now do this every turn and just let him die. So that is what we in the biz call a good and powerful turn of events. Okay. Oh look, he's back again! I do not have the capacity that I need. I guess I'll do this just for the sake of it. No, I actually meant to have you behind. Oh well, that's fine. We can kill you and do some things, and here we are. It's okay for you to die because it just makes space for the Meddler next turn. And it gives Conduit every time you Moon Cycle. It was all part of the plan. You're damn right it was. Unfortunately, I still should have played you not in front. I keep spacing out on that. But yeah, anyways, as strong as the Astrologer is, unfortunately, he still dies pretty quickly to the spikes. But there we go. And then we should be totally fine. There we go. Ta-da! Alright, well, we're doing pretty well. The Endless Meddler is quite good for us. Moonlit Glaive we don't need. Starstruck is good, but probably not necessary. Gravity is rather strong for us. And I think we probably want Gravity. Doing alright, Tiny? How you doing, friend? Yeah, I think we'll take the Gravity here. Man, Kel is going to clown all over this setup. Kel is not that bad for us. Because one of the benefits of Moon Cycle is that it increases max HP. And so, like, I'm not as... Like, Kel is worst for teams that have vulnerable backliners. Isn't there a Titan Guard artifact that gives Ember discount on frozen guards? You mean Stygian Guard artifact? And yes, there is, and I generally don't care the slightest about it. It's a bad artifact. Like, yes, I see what you're saying, that we freeze things with the Cuddle Hex and yada yada. It does not help. Yeah, so we're going to take the Gravity. And then I need to decide if I want the Offering token or not. I think we're going to not take it. And leave it as an option for next run. Ooh, Mage Blade is tempting, but probably better for the last run. Yeah, so it's not that good for me. It's good if I'm utilizing, like, the Moon Pixies, but as we get further into the run, we're less likely to be using them. And since we're not doing Spellweaver Ekka, we're not generating a lot of Conduit. Anyways, we're going here. Okay, multi-strike is appealing. Okay, so here's where I have to make decisions. I could do Lunar Empress, which is still quite good for us. But also maybe not necessary in a world where I've got the Meddler. And I have how many dupes? I have 4 dupes available to me. And there is a Merchant of Magic right here, which I do want. I think I'm okay without taking this. Were we not doing Hat Trick, absolutely, without question, would take Lunar Priestess here. But I think in this instance, I don't need it, and therefore would rather save it as an option for Lunar Empress. Because, like, I'm really worried about Lunar Empress, kind of. As long as I save, like, Siren of the Sea for Lunar Empress, I've still got access to a pretty decent banner unit that can help me in Relentless, even if I whiff on, like, good phase control. So it's not as necessary. But I think it's still good for us to leave Lunar Empress as or Lunar Priestess as an option. So we're gonna skip that. I'm already fairly strong in that I have multi-strike quick Cold Kalias. As long as I get intrinsic, I can also overstack with Gravity, or I can just take extra capacity, also an option. Or we get Arcus's Wings. No. Well, Fecundity is an interesting option. God, it would be very expensive, though. Endless Fecundity Meddler. Yeah, I was thinking about it. It takes basically all of my Ember each turn, but man, is that good for me. I think that is probably what I'm doing. I was considering doing it on the Cold Kalia, which is also good for me, although it's kind of awkward with Deployment Ember. But I think this is pretty solid for me. Kind of. It gets a little awkward later, but I'm willing to do it. I don't need your sass, Stoat. And for the time being, I'm going to give you HP as well. And all that, just so we have slightly better situation. It is Pyre Hunter. Also, I can't set up my dudes on top floor because they'll just die, which is a problem. So I have to do like this instead. No one needs the other 2 upgrades. If you mean, why did I not take the other upgrades? That's not how that event works. That event works where you get to pick one of 3, and then if you do the secret thing, then you can also get the other 2 that you didn't take earlier. But that's not an immediate thing. Okay, so you're gonna go there. Oh, actually, I do want to do this slightly differently. because I would... Oh, fuck me. Wrong one. There we go. I would rather have him up here, is all I'm trying to do. Okay, I'm willing to let the Moon Pixie die so I can kill that. And then just do that. I could have also frozen it. That's fine. I would ideally like to get the Astrologer on mid-floor, but it mostly doesn't matter what unit it is. So I think we're just going to do this. I'll only be able to play out the Meddler once this turn at this rate, but I think that's still worth doing. Well, can't undo this, actually. Well, I'll put the Astrologer frozen, I guess. Yeah, whatever. You're taking some damage, that's fine. If anything, I probably should have frozen the Witch Weave so I could heal the dude this turn. But I did draw a Witch Weave anyways, so here we are. Okay. Well, I'm gaining in strength fairly quickly now. Unfortunately, you're not quite strong enough. Oh, the Fecundity 1 cap is reset with Endless? Yep, that's why we're doing it. Yeah, because you're doing 54 damage quick, which means it's not enough to kill this before it attacks, which is a shame. I could heal you, but then you're still taking 14... and then another 18. Yeah, you're taking exactly enough to die. Which is a shame. And, like, I could have done this instead of playing out the second Meddler, which is maybe better. I didn't think it was, but maybe it is. I don't know, whatever, fine. We'll let it be, I guess, and you can go up there. And we may as well freeze this, I guess. Okay. Unfortunately, you died, but we will get better as time goes on. Yeah, I mean, these are back to doing no damage. Because I don't have Conduit anymore. Probably should have just used this for healing. Oh, well, that's fine. I think we'll still kill Archeon. Like, I am scared of how much damage he does. But, on the other hand, I'm bold and beautiful and supreme in all ways. So we're doing 70. I think it's better to do that then, so Ekka doesn't take the hits. Okay, yeah, we do have this no matter what. Unfortunately, I can't gravity my dudes because it will just kill them. But that's fine. I could have also ascended this one out of the way, and that Wouldn't really matter that much, but it's a thing I could have done. Anyways, here we are. Making it work. And he would have had a chunk of frostbite on him even if he had survived this floor, which he did not. I do still need to master Frostpiercer. No surprise since it is a newer card. We cannot take Ancient Synergy. I don't want to take Harness the Titan. And I suspect I don't want to take Frostpiercer, though it is kind of cool. Maybe I do want to take it. It seems so unnecessary, but it's kind of cool. I'll take it just for the sake of it. And then I can't take Shade Guard. Already got a sweep unit, and I'm not generating Conduit, really. And I can't take Titan Sentry. I'm pretty sure we're gonna take Ember. And then we're going here, and we're going to see Intrinsic and Spell Chain. Okay, that's half of it. So, if I re-roll, I might be able to afford it. I might not. If it shows at all. I'm going to take Gamble. I have exactly enough. So we're going to do that. Okay. Well, then we're going to dupe you. Okay. So be it. We're at least not very weak to Ajax, so that's a thing. Need a Mirror Hall now? That would be fun. Expensive in Ember, but quite fun and pretty good. More than pretty good, really. I'm just deciding how I want to assort this and whether I care about the Astrologer. I think what we're going to do is that, and that, and that, and that. And then... I mean, you don't really matter. You're probably just going to die, but I'll put you there anyways. And I can't do the Moon Pixie there because you're too large. I should have taken that into account when I was choosing between the Astrologer or the Steward. Well, my bad. So be it. Yeah, unsurprisingly, you are still going to murder things. In fact, you're just stronger than you were before. Oh well. Really need to draw into things I care about. Okay. Okay, well, I was gonna say I can't get the Collector. That's not true. I can. So, let's play you first, and then Meddler into Meddler, and then we can blow you up. Technically, I should have killed you, but that's fine. Well, you guys really are just murdering everything, and I did just feed a lot of things to the Harvest. That's fine. We are now strong enough, though, that we can kill these guys before they get to attack on top floor. So, you know, we've reached our goal, more or less. Well, you do get to attack here because I haven't weakened you, but that's fine. The point is I'm getting like +6/+6 to... Actually, I'm sorry, it's more than +6/+6. It should be +8/+8 to my dudes each turn. Because each time I play them, it's worth +2. and each time I activate their ability, it's +2. Which is not bad. It would be nice if I had Conduit so that the Witch Weaves actually did something, but that's fine. We can start getting rid of Witch Weaves since they are largely inconsequential to my needs. I mean, that doesn't matter at all, but we may as well do it. Pretty confident that I'll be doing enough damage on top floor. Yes, go forth. And yeah, I don't need to worry about killing the backliners because they're already going to die to the sweep. So, we just do this, and we apply extra damage in Frostbite. And then Ajax, the great and terrible foe, dies real quick. Capacity upgrade next. It might be. I'm pretty sure that is what we're doing. Duality doesn't matter. So Ember I did want. And I was deciding if that's what I want to do. Because, like, we can just get rid of the Shield Steward. And just play out another Cold Kalia there. And so I can fit another meaningful unit pretty easily. Although I'm a little weak to, like, turn one of the Titans. But we'll figure that out between now and then. I do really want more Ember so I can do more Meddler things, because I'd like to dupe the Meddler, but even if I don't take more Ember, I can still play out, like, Meddler 1, Meddler Copy, Meddler 2, and then just not play Meddler Copy 2. And that would still be pretty solid for us. Anyways, as far as this goes, the Planetarium's kind of cute, not really important. Duality does not matter to us, and Eclipse Chamber doesn't matter, so we skip. And we did use Steward's Quarters already, otherwise that could also be a nice way for us to get extra capacity. I'm not taking the Preserve. I'm not taking those. Maybe could take the Drain. I think we're still skipping the Drain, but I am worried about my defense in the future, because currently my defense is just purely just scaling with Ekka. Which sort of works, but is also kind of problematic in the long run. Maybe I do want the Drain. I really don't want to take it here, but I'm going to skip. Also, maybe should have taken Planetarium. What would I want to see at a Merchant of Arms? I can make the Frost Piercer deployable. I don't really care about that. I could get some room like the Planetarium I just skipped. Don't super care about that. If this were Awoken, I'd be happy to see Awakening Thicket. I guess I could maybe see like a defensive equipment, just to give myself a little bit of HP to survive the first attack. That won't help me against Seraph, but that would help me against the Titans. I think we're just going here. Honestly, don't know what I want. I do want the dupe, though. This is good for me. Units without upgrades, I don't think I need. I will re-roll and see what's on offer. Don't care. Unfortunately, we're not using silent units. Do I only want rare drafts from here on out? That's actually a good question. Couldn't take Ancient Synergy. Don't really want most of these. Maybe could make Spike of the Stygian vaguely useful. Not really what I want, though. And I know there are other things in here that are rares, like Siren Song. If we could still use Siren Song as a spell, I would maybe... I mean, that would definitely be way more helpful to my current needs. Still wouldn't protect me against the Titans, though. Anyways, back to spells for Luna. The other thing of note is that both Stardust Invocation and Tidal Turning are in here. And Tidal Turning, while we're not the best use case for it, is kind of helpful. It feels like such a waste, though, since it's a spell that's clearly meant to scale with Conduit, and I don't have Conduit. Though, again, I could maybe look for, like, Planetarium, and that would give me a big burst of Conduit. And I could also maybe do... I could maybe do other things, like put Intrinsic on this. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I think I'm just not going to take Shattered Halo, though. Could take Guard of the Unnamed. Maybe? If I got Smidgestone for it, for instance... Well, I'm probably going to the Merchant of Steel. Okay. I will take a Guard of the Unnamed. I think it's unlikely that I'm going to care about it for the next run. So... I think I dupe the Gravity right now, because that way I can still make use of the Guard of the Unnamed whether I hit, like, even before I have Smidgestone. So I'm going to do that. I should also start removing cards, but so be it. Also, the Orrery is pretty nice for me. So... Okay, I guess we're gonna do it like this. How you doing, Glacier, and all the other people that I had yet to say hi to? Okay, so you go up, you go up, you go up. I do have a bunch of damaged people now, but sometimes it's just how life is. Alright, but I now have a bunch of units all on the same floor, and I have some stacking defense, which is vaguely useful for me. Unfortunately, what I don't have... I will admit this is the first clan combo I thought of when I learned that Monster Train 1 clans were in Monster Train 2. I mean, you're not alone in that. It is kind of the, like, obvious, straightforward option to a lot of people. It's a good clan combo. Like, they have some problems since Stygian lacks any scaling spells, as does Luna, so there are still some pretty meaningful concerns to overcome. Nonetheless, good clan combo for sure. It's like, why are you dying? It's because they're attacking into the spikes. But that's fine. I don't particularly care about that. Okay, go forth, my meddler army. Do the work that we all desire of you. In fact, I can play a third one now. Yeah, we'll just shoot you a tiny bit so that I gain a little bit more armor, even though I'm losing a ton and I'm barely building up armor. Unfortunately, these guys don't have enough HP to get gravitied. But so be it. Yeah, whatever. Suppose I should still be playing these on top floor, even if I don't have anything I can do just to build up armor on him. Well, Stygian and Melting are level 4, and all other Monster Train 1 clans of mine are at level 3. I have work to do. Fair enough. Okay, here we go. Again, I'm not like the strongest moon phase deck, but it's working out pretty decently. Ta-da! Now, hopefully we get Smidgestone and, like, Dualism, or just Incant Armor is also fine. I don't absolutely need to hit it, but it would make my life better. Ritual Tome is cute, but not really that important. Lunacy I will take, even though I'm spending so much Ember on the... Yeah, I've got some Merchant Magic going on. Anyways, I'm spending a lot of Ember on the Meddlers, but I'll still take this, I guess. We're gonna skip on those. Fine. I don't know that I actually care about the Astrologer, but I'll put that on just in case that ends up being a thing I do. Fuck me. Really not what I was hoping for. Well, that makes my life worse, but still doable. Okay, let us start removing some things from the deck. Because my deck does not need to be this thick anymore to accomplish its goals. I guess we'll leave it at that. I could also take Multi-Strike for the Astrologer. I think we're not going to worry about that. Okay, damage shields I don't care about. As long as it's not spike scale, I am pretty okay. Yeah, okay, so you're going there. And then you go there. Okay, so ascend you, and you, and you, and you. Oh, we're actually doing this slightly differently, in that I can play him first, and then do all that. Then he dies, which is fine. I kind of expected that. But we get a chunk of Frostbite on Kale. Kale does start buffing his buddies. Oh well. I suppose I should have done this slightly differently. That's fine. We'll just freeze you for the sake of it, because why not? It took away all of my 42 Chrono Sand. Feels bad, man. Yeah, I mean, no great surprise. But, yes, I'm sure that does feel bad. I did not have a chance yet to check out the Hades 2 release. I'm looking forward to it when I do, but I have been pretty busy recently. Yes, look at all those delicious stats. It's a shame that I'm not really making use of Phase Nook. Like, I would love to have the Moon Pixies be a meaningful part of my team, but they are not. And that's fine. I'm doing what I need to do, and it's working out alright. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just do that. I don't really need to totally min-max my phasing right now. A swarm of pixies holding mage blades would have been a fine sight. I mean, there's still a possibility that we can live that world. But, yeah, it's not the same. Like, they do build up a lot of attack. It is pretty nice. It's just not as much attack as one might want. Okay. Well, it's Meddler once more. I'll just do this once, I guess. Yes. Well, I'm glad we took the gravity. We put it to good use. Because, again, Ekka... Especially, well, Lunar Steward Ekka is another one of those champions where you get greatly higher value having more... Like, the more units you have on the floor. And technically there are sort of ways I can get some conduit, but not great. I would basically have to freeze the Moon Pixie that has HP on it, the HP upgrade. I have to freeze that in hand and then ascend it with the gravity. Okay, we're just going to ascend Kale, probably so then he doesn't get to eat the rest of his cherubs. Also because another turn doesn't really help me since I don't have anywhere I can play out the meddlers. Not that we need the help. We are very clearly strong enough to kill Kale there. So Stardust Invocation is specifically spells. Doesn't really help me all that much. I guess I'm gonna skip it. Like, it's fine, but it's not that helpful. I think we want Ember, maybe. I do think we want Ember. Other things are useful too, but we're just gonna take the Ember for now. We'll make it work. So I think we want this. Mind you, getting Hall of Mirrors would be very cool. And I kind of want to bet on that, but it's unlikely for that to be the case. And it's also not really necessary. But it would be very cool, because it does dramatically increase our scaling. Since we'd have +3/+3... Well, it would go to being +6/+6 every time we moon cycle, which just represents so much extra power for us. I don't know, fuck it, just for the sake of it. I don't need Spell Sanctum, though it's kind of cute. Don't need Iron Tongue. Don't need Enchanted Chamber. Nope. Not gonna worry about it. I mean, I'm pretty okay with taking Tome of Evergrowth, I guess. Because it's out of clan, so it's not like we need to save it for things. And it does just make my life a little easier. Okay, maybe I should be getting rid of the Frozen Lances. Doesn't really matter. The Minus Ember does annoy me. But whatever. Mostly the Scourge dudes annoy me. But hey. So you're going there. You're going there. You're going there. 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 Alright, well, we'll just... I mean, I think you're dead anyways, because you get 6 corruption, so it's 15, 21. And I can get you another 6, but that's not enough. So we'll just go ahead and do this and live our best life. And then we start getting the Scourge cards, which nobody loves. I will freeze that, I guess. Oops, not the right target, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean, this is more or less what we were worried about. I guess you're doing no damage, so it's not that big a deal that our foes are escaping. I am gonna get 2 things slowing me down. Hopefully I get to the Meddler finally. Oh, God, I didn't. But fine. I can at least reduce the incoming damage. Because there's a good chunk of Frostbite on there, thanks to the Frost Piercer and all that, so we only end up taking 1 damage from him attacking it, which is not bad. Again, it's more or less why we took the... why we took the Tome of Evergrowth. I guess we'll do that and just play out the Meddler right now. And then we just weaken you a little bit. Unfortunately, just... the Scourge cards suck. I probably should have done it differently last turn. Okay, I did this in slightly the wrong order. Yeah, actually, yeah, let's fix this. Wrong 4. So you're going there. Yeah, you almost die from being ascended. We can do that. Right. But now I have an extra unit on this floor. I also do have some conduit. More than a little, actually, since it affects the entire everything. Now, the question is, do I just want to ascend a Thane? And I think the answer is yes. Yep, that works for me. I wasn't very good at actually bulking out my team on this fight because I got really ruined by the Scourge cards since I drew my Meddler as late as was possible for me to do, basically. And even then, I was spending Ember playing out the Scourge cards, which was not ideal. We're not going to take Escalation. It's not particularly great for me, and I already have an overstack option. Silver Ink is not useful for me, even though it is a good card. Planetarium, I think we're skipping on. I don't really need the conduit, I don't think. So, I'm still a bit light on defense. Guardian Stone is kind of cute. But not really helpful for me. Unless I happen to get... unless I happen to draw it on turn 1, which there is a possibility that we see, lost luggage, which makes them more likely. But it's unlikely that we see that. I think we just don't care. I think we're just gonna skip that. Okay, we're going here. Let's see what we see. I do like that. Cuddlebeard's kind of cute. Dante's Footstool means nothing to us at this point. I guess we'll take that just for the sake of it. Nope. Not particularly helpful. I will take Ancient Pyre just for the sake of it. It's actually sort of decently okay for me. Sure. I'll do it. Okay. Well, this is gonna look silly, but it's a thing. I don't think this really matters. Okay, we're not gonna worry about it. No, I don't have enough for that. Now, what am I duping? I think the answer is the Meddler. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Unfortunately, the silence dudes do kind of fuck with me still. We'll see what we can do. So you go there. You're not terribly strong, but that's fine. Ekka will make up the difference. Okay. And even though you're in somewhat dire straits, we're able to make up the difference and keep you alive, which is all we really needed from you. That was the major goal, was just getting you to not die turn 1. Oh, I did forget that you're muted, so I actually don't need to worry in the way that I was going to. Okay. Now it's time for the silly things. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to play out the Meddler. And I'm going to burn a bit of HP just to do this. Oh no, I get sapped. I mean, being sapped, not my favorite. But, nonetheless, I can do this for 5. And then I can play out some Meddlers. Oh look, I may have sacrificed 5 HP. What a shame. Yeah, I take more damage than I save by doing that. I guess it doesn't really change anything, because I was killing them all in quick time anyways. Okay, well, our turns are going to look a little samey, although fuck you, you bastard. You and your stupid garbage. I'll just freeze him for next turn since I'm not playing him now. So it didn't matter to play it now because the thing was muting me like an asshole. Okay, again, my defense is kind of bad since I'm not actually defending myself most of the time. But let's change that some. Okay, well, I certainly look a lot stronger than I did mere moments ago. And I only burned a little bit of HP. It does mean that my hand is basically just entirely Meddlers now, which is a little bit of a concern, but that's fine. And again, everything I do there is real strong. Holy Stone is the cornerstone of the run. Yeah, it was a good pickup for us, for sure. Alright. Oh, now I draw the Tome of Evergrowth. I mean, it's my own fault that it took so long to draw it, but still. Okay. We'll just dupe him. No, I mean, I can do a little bit more. I'm still gonna end at full HP at this rate, basically, so... Because even with how much I'm spending, I'm basically just healing it all back every turn. Oh, fuck you, you stupid piece of shit. Man. Oh, I didn't mean to hurt myself there, but it doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, like, playing out more Meddlers is worthless since since Ekka's muted. Anyways, we'll just make you do slightly less damage. You already have 500 Frostbite on you. Unfortunately, the Guard of the Unnamed, I'm barely getting any value out of since I'm playing almost no spells. So he doesn't get any benefit from the Incant Armor. But that's fine. He survived turn 1, which was the major thing we were looking for from him. I just want him to block for me a little bit. Okay, so, he contributes his big ass to the run, that's enough. You're damn right, it's all we could ask. Truly a man of the people. Or astrologer, just dies all the time. Glad to have Tome of Evergrowth turn 1. Sadly, we don't have one of our other units, though. So we don't have quite as many things up on top floor this time, but that's okay. Because we can at least do this. Now we just need to wait till we draw into what we care about. Like, I'll play him out. He is just gonna die, though, but that's fine. Okay, and you don't do any damage now, which is nice. Really need to draw the meddlers. Fortunately, the Scourge cards slow me down. We'll have you do less damage too, why don't we? Oh, we're doing it this way where we're freezing you. That's what we're doing. Okay, I do get a Scourge card, and by a Scourge card, I mean 2 Scourge cards, which sucks. But here are my meddlers, and that's what we care about. Okay. I do sacrifice a chunk of HP. No, I don't care in the slightest. It does mean I'm not seeing new cards anymore, which is fine. The only thing I really want at this point is gravity, so I can move this Moon Pixie up to top floor. And I'm just not going to worry about that. And yes, I am getting perhaps a little carried away with how much HP I'm sacrificing, but on the other hand, meh. I was like, why are you taking damage? It's because you're taking 26 in Corruption. That's where all the damage is coming from. Okay, and then we just activate all of their abilities and cycle, cycle, cycle. Unfortunately, still not killing him, but we are going to be doing a good chunk of Frostbite to him, so there's that. I'm going to not use this ability because I don't want to give him regen. It barely matters, but you have more than 40 HP, who cares? Yes, exactly. Like, I am taking a lot of damage because of my own devices, but it also doesn't matter, because this fight is worthless. Also, I could stop playing the meddlers at this point. And maybe I will. I don't know. You can't stop me. I'm not going to, because it feels wrong not to play out my meddlers. But I could be taking a lot less damage. That's all you need to notice. I could be more responsible if I chose to be. But look at these stats. Look at these beautiful stats. Cool, man. That's it. I'm actually getting fairly low on HP. But as long as we take down Savagery soon, which is to say on this cycle, we'll be fine. Which we definitely will. Yeah, I'll stop playing at the meddlers now, just because I am actually getting fairly low, but here we are. Savagery is essentially dead. We're just waiting on all this garbage. Okay. So we just need you to die, which you're almost there, but not quite, because why not? And there we go. And hey, I still ended at 39 HP. What a big deal. I did take 50 damage, despite how much I was healing. Most of that was self-inflicted, though. Well, maybe not most, but a lot of it was. Okay. And we finally mastered Frostpiercer. I say finally, but, like, hasn't actually been that long. Still got a few cards to go. That's fine. Let's add to the list. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so this was Lunar Steward, because I do actually know the name of it this time. And what did we use? We used Heart of the Pact. So we'll just call that Heart. I guess we have enough space, because the other thing is so long already. So, we used Cuddle Hex, which doesn't matter to me. It's not a card I ever draft. Astrologer, which isn't too big of a loss other than it's just another banner unit we can't take. And we have used up a fair chunk of banner units already. Gold Kalia isn't too bad. There's still 2 sweep units in clan if we need them. Obviously, we don't know if they'd be offered, but it's okay. Guard of the Unnamed is another unit that I barely ever draft. Meddler, I also don't draft, but it is phase control, which is a little concerning to give up. And then there's also Moon Pixie. We've used up a lot of the units in the clan combo. As far as spells, since I think that was all the units, as far as spells go, it's really just Lunacy and Gravity. Oh, and there's Tome of Evergrowth, but, like, so be it. Evergrowth, not Overgrowth. We are running out of space again. But that was all the spells, I think, because other than that, it was just Frozen Lance and Witch Weave. Yeah. We didn't use up any rooms that time, and so it should just be Frostpiercer as the last card we used. Yeah, okay. I think that is where we stand going into run number 3. So, again, we did use up a lot of the units. But we do still have a number of good things available to us. Like, we do have Siren at Sea available. I can maybe cobble something together with the Luna units. I'm worried that we don't have access to a lot of, like, damage scaling, and we don't have access to a ton of phase control. But we'll see what we can do. As far as the third run goes, what do we want? I lean towards Life Mothers. Bogworm's Growth is also an option, and then Fear's Greed and Hersel's Horde are also obviously always good as well. Even Aquats is a maybe. I think we're doing Life Mothers, though. It just helps me take a questionable situation into a better one. Okay. So first off, is Silver Empress available? No. So we have to reroll. Still not available. Which I'm kind of fine with. It was starting with Meddler, and I would have felt a little cheesy with Meddler. Well, there it is again. One of these days we'll see the other option. There it is. Okay. Now we can actually evaluate what we have. Offering token, not a bad start. I guess we have Astrologer again. I just am not allowed to dupe it or to draft more of them. And then we do have Starstruck, which is good. We still need phase control, but it's a good spell overall. We're taking Guild Marker. Okay, so turn 1 is full moon. And I always forget how many rounds of battle there are. I think we want Ekka on mid-floor. Let's just kill you. And then shoot there. Because, yeah, in 2 turns the boss will show up, and in 3 turns they hit mid-floor, which would be full moon. Not the most helpful, but fine. We'll just go ahead and kill you. And get a little bit more damage on you. And then these don't do anything because of the Titan skin. At least Silver Empress has better stats than it did. Since it's got buffed a tiny bit. Not helpful. Okay. And what am I likely to draw on this coming turn? Okay, I will use the Witch Weave. And we get a little bit of damage there. It's unfortunately not a ton, and I couldn't kill the backliner. Okay, I was really hoping to get the other Starstruck. The one Titan skin on Witch Weaves is painful. What is the challenge we are doing? I will explain in mere moments. But yeah, Witch Weaves, not my favorite starter for a lot of reasons. Well, not what we're hoping for. We're really hoping to have drawn the other Starstruck as well, but alas. We're gonna win this. It's just not as clean as we'd like, but this is why I worry about Silver Empress in particular. But it's fine. We got there. Everything's fine. And there we go. Astrologer doing what we needed to do. Okay, so to explain, since it was asked once again, what we're doing is we're doing the Hat Trick Challenge, a challenge made up by the community a while ago. Back in Monster Train 1. The idea is that we pick a champion and a clan combo for that champion, and then we have to win 3 runs back to back to back. Each one of those runs, we are using a different one of their champion paths. No cross-pathing, has to be a full rank 3 of their path. And any cards that were used in a winning deck cannot be drafted in the subsequent runs. So we have to budget the cards from the clan combo across all 3 runs. So, currently we're on Ekka. We are on the 3rd path of Ekka, which we're doing Silver Empress now. We already did Lunar Steward and Celestial Spellweaver. And we have used up a lot of cards already, which is a little concerning. But to that end, we can't take a Meddler. We can't take Bloody Moon. We can take Celestial Storm. And I do lean towards taking Celestial Storm. Because... is it, what, 60 at rank 3? 70 now at rank 3. But yeah, like 70 Conduit. As long as we can get, like, phase control. 70 Conduit represents a lot of extra damage on Celestial Storm. Getting, like, holdover on that would be pretty solid. So, we take that. Could take the Crypt Builder. We do have the Offering tokens, so I'll do that. And Energy Siphon's the only one we can't take, I believe. Or was that on a prior champion? I feel like I used that and I just forgot to record it. Not gonna worry about it. We're not taking it either way. Okay. So, here's the deal. I really want Lunar Priestess. I also want some semblance of defense. I think we really want to go here. The worst case scenario is that we might be offered 2 units that we've already taken and that we couldn't draft either of them. The ideal world is we get Siren of the Sea, and then, I don't know, any number of upgrades would be decent for us. But I think we want to go here, look for Siren of the Sea. If we don't see that, life gets a lot more complicated. And that does concern me, that we've already used up a lot of the Stygian units. Because we've already done Guard of the Unnamed and Titan Sentry. We've already done Nameless Siren. We've already done one of the sweep units. So it's basically, as far as banner units go, not a lot of options. There is also like a Lodestone Totem, and there is Eogorgon. Eogorgon is real bad in this clan combo, though. On the other hand, I could go here. I'd still have bad defense, but I could look for holdover for like Celestial Storm. If I got Lunar Priestess, that would be really good. I think maybe I go here. It's just I really worry about my defense because I wouldn't have a Merchant of Magic here either. Or a Merchant of Steel. I mean, I do have just healing via the Witch Weaves, kind of, but that's not great. I don't know, I'm just really worried, and I kind of feel like I need to go here looking for, like, Siren of the Sea, and at the worst case, we just, like, take Incant Armor on, like, Shield Steward and Cry. So if we lose one run, we repeat the earlier pass, right, or just the current path? We have to start from the beginning if we lose. Has to be 3 in a row. Which is why I'm hemming and hawing here, trying to see what my best path forward. Because again, if I hit like Siren of the Sea, this is great. It's a fabulous turn of events for us. If I don't hit that, it's pretty terrible. Really wish that it was the Luna banner here. Or that we had Merchant of Magic into Merchant of Steel as an option here. Okay, we're going here. Fuck. It's exactly what I was worried about. Alright. Well then. God, I hate this. Alright. So be it. Okay. We'll see what we can do. I'm just not sure that I can make it through this fight, basically. But like I said, that was the exact situation I was afraid of. Oh, fuck me. It's haste. But I still want Ekka on mid-floor for the merchant, not the merchant, for the boss. Okay, we'll do what we can to mitigate problems. We might just have to take some hits. Okay. And so it's a cooldown 2, so that we'll be back up in time for the boss. Okay. Why? And we're gonna draw those. Okay, so I've got options. Option number 1 is I just use the Celestial Storm now, and then I bring it back with Ekka next turn with her ability. In which case, we're getting 20 Conduit, which is 100 damage, which is not bad. And I will be guaranteed to get a Witch Weave, which is going to knock off the damage shield that he has. So, like, we can do that, no problem. Option number 2 is I use the Starstruck, I don't play the Frozen Lances, and then next turn I'm going to get a Starstruck here. I can bring back this Starstruck, and so I can daze him for 2 turns, do a bit of damage as well. Which I think is better, but I don't know for sure. But we'll try it this way. I could also play out the Frozen Lances, but I don't want to risk having those pulled back with Ekka, since it's a random card played on the prior turn. Oh, fuck me. That was a terrible draw. Which admittedly is partly my fault for having the -1 draw, but still. Unhelpful time for the Celestial Storm. I am going to take a chunk of damage, but we do survive this. But unfortunately, he gets a damage shield before he ascends, so I actually take 16, even though he would die in 1 hit. Game isn't cooperating this run? Nope, it is not. But that's part of the concern of doing this. I don't really want the Calcified Ember. I will take a Silver Strike, though, I guess. I will take another Offering Token, I guess. Even though, again... Okay. Okay. Thank God we at least got Lunar Empress. Okay. Now... what do I do with that info? If you fail, you repeat the last configuration, or all 3? All 3. If we fail, we have to start from the beginning. I think I do want to take the minus cost. I just also want to make sure that I have enough gold for, like, holdover and other things, maybe. I think we're going to do this. Or I could look for intrinsic on that. I think we're okay with just doing this, though. Well, there's the intrinsic. Nonetheless, we're taking a holdover on Celestial Storm. I also would love to have holdover on the offering token. Nonetheless, here we are. And we're going to do that as well. Unfortunately, the Lunar Priestess does make Ekka's ability much worse. Kind of. Just because if I ever want to play this on a turn before I'm going to use Ekka's ability to create a copy spell, it can end up hitting the Moon Ritual, which is largely a waste for us. Anyways, I think we're just going to dupe a Starstruck. I would also like to just start removing things, but that's fine. We'll do this. Partly because we're going into a boss fight. And so being able to just daze him for 2 turns right at the beginning seems pretty good. Give me that sweet, beautiful Bone Dog's Pendant. But we should be in much better shape very soon, especially since I have Life Mother's Pyre to mitigate my problems. Even if I have dumb shit like this Shield Stewards. Oh, God. Okay, we're just gonna get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that and just build that up there. Although I suppose I could have maybe just... Okay, I got the Starstruck back anyways, which is what I wanted. Would love to get rid of that Calcified Ember. Oh well. I also just want the boss days for multiple turns, so... Really need to draw into the Celestial Storm. There it is, though. Okay. And then we're gonna bully the shit out of him. Okay, I'm in good shape now. We should at least be able to beat Archeon. Got other problems to deal with. Also, I probably should have played you in front of the Lunar Priestess because she's so important to me. Didn't really consider that at the time. Nonetheless, here we go. Okay. Yeah, it turns out Celestial Storm is good. Unfortunately, I don't have, like, I've got a little bit of stacking magic power conduit, but not a lot. Because, like, I've got a tiny bit coming from the Moon Rituals, but that's it. So, like, it does a lot of damage, but it's not, like, scaling as time goes on. Well, I got the kill either way. I will say the dualism and Cant Armor Shield Sword is coming in handy, as much as I hate its very existence, but it was necessary. I could have done it on the astrologer, but I was trying not to use the astrologer since we're not supposed to have it, more or less. Fine. We'll take Luna's Cycle Staff. Dust Mantle is worthless for us because we basically always want to be in new moon, or in full moon. Capacity seems like, yeah, so the problem is all of them are quite helpful for me. We don't totally need capacity since I also might just be able to put like Incant Armor and Dualism on like the Lunar Priestess, kind of. And I do have Daze on turn 1 with the 2 Starstrucks. I will happily take a Siren of the Sea. I think we're just taking Ember, actually. We are definitely going here. I actually maybe wanted the Incant Armor on you, but we're doing this anyways. Okay, Silver Empress 2. I wasn't really paying attention to how much those cost when we have Guild Marker. I think I don't have enough for another one if I reroll, and by that I mean I'm confident I don't. But I could dupe things. I think we're just going to dupe one of those so that I have a greater chance of drawing it because it is so important to me. Also forgot that I had this right here. Priestess. The problem with the Priestess is I don't actually want to use the Moon Rituals. I don't want to use 2 Moon Rituals each turn. I want to use exactly 1 or 3. And 3 is fine, and it is plausible that I could dupe one of the Priestesses and then dupe it again. And that is not bad when I'm trying to just like defend myself with incants and all that, and I am considering that. I think that is what we're going to do, though if that's what I'm going to do, I probably should have used other things first. You can use 1, then spells, then second. That's fair, I totally could. You are right. Yeah, anyways, we'll do one of those. I probably should have made a 3rd one, but this is fine. We are a lot stronger in this world. Alright, well, glad that we got some power for Relentless now, since Kel is an asshole. I guess we'll do it like this. And then I can't put you out. Okay, I do want to thin my deck. I'm gonna take a little bit of damage, but that's fine. I suppose I didn't take into account that you're going to die from that, but that's not the end of the world, and I technically have ways to save you. I'll tell you right now, I was hoping that was going to hit the... I was hoping it was going to hit other things. I was hoping it was going to hit the Crypt Builder, is what I'm trying to say. Anyways. I'm just trying to keep that priestess alive. Okay, I can't play out both Celestial Storms this way, which is kind of a problem. Alright, well, we're gonna sacrifice some things, because boy do I want that. And you're healing for 25, so you're actually taking a good chunk more than that. So I can kill you there, and that's much easier to kill you on top floor. And you don't really benefit from the healing at all. Okay. Everything's fine, I tell ya. Let's make sure I'm in full moon first. Yeah, whatever. We'll do that. I don't really need to, but I got carried away. Unfortunately, I would like to play that out, but I would also like to not gimp myself. God, I have so many of them. I do think it's relatively important that I not get ruined by not having my important spells. Okay, I win this, so we're just gonna play that out and call it good. Oh, I did space out that I wanted to play the Moon Rituals on top floor. Because then I'd still buff the Luna Cycle Staff that I have. And I didn't, but that's fine. Okay. So, we cannot take Lunacy, but I can take either of the others. I think I'm okay without any of them. I think I'm pretty okay without any of them. So we'll just skip on that. Guardian Stone's cute. Don't think I can really utilize it well. Yeah, I think I just need to suck it up and skip on that. Well, that was pretty quick. So, removals would be helpful. Banner unit would not really be helpful. Merchant of Steel would be helpful, kind of. But I get another Merchant of Steel here if I really want it. I'm gonna go here, just because if I get, like, holdover spell chain, that sort of thing, that is much better for me, I think. Also, the removals are appreciated for sure. Okay, well, we're definitely going to hold over and... Do I want to hold over the offering token, or do I want to hold over the Starstruck? I mean, I think I still want to hold over the offering token just because it's so useful. Yeah, fine. We'll do that. Do I really want to Holy Stone this? I kind of do. Because I get the HP whenever it's cast. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it. Even when it's cast by... Yeah, we're definitely doing that. Even when it's cast by offering is what I'm trying to say. Which leads us to an interesting sort of premise. Okay, well, we're gonna do this, and then we're mostly just gonna be duping a bunch of things in our deck. Okay. I, despite how shaky this looked at the beginning, am in pretty good shape now. Unfortunately, we kind of need to set up on bottom floor because they have haste, unless I'm mistaken. And then you can go there. Yeah. So, first, let's get rid of that. And then, let's get to work. Alright. And thus, I get a bunch of free spells. Turns out Lunar Priestess is what we in the biz call a good unit. It just is. Oh, I should have done this in a different order. Oh well. Did want to get rid of the calcified ember. Didn't do it. It's fine. It was still important to do what I did. Okay, but now the cycle staff is building up. We get a bunch of free power. And I have my holdover offering token, which is quite nice. Don't need you. And more to the point, I don't have anywhere where I could play you. So, we're just not going to worry about that now, are we? Okay, well, my deck is a lot stronger than it was. And we just kind of explode each and every enemy that dares stand against us. Actually should have waited on that, but that's fine. I didn't. I think we'll be okay regardless. No, you piece of shit. Okay. In this world, let's try to see if we can roll into a calcified ember. Nope. I had a dream. We at least get to power up the cycle staff a little bit. So that's not the most important thing. It does still help, because, again, it helps ensure that I always have power for Relentless. Also, if we get Savagery's Final Assault, it helps make sure that I don't have a bad turn 1 or 2. Moonlit Glaive is cute. Cover of Night, we don't really want. So we'd get 70 Conduit at rank 3 plus the 3 that we're generating each turn, basically. I kind of want Moonlit Glaive, but I think ultimately it's not that important to me. Unnamed Tome I will take. I know I didn't bring up the list, but that wasn't really pertinent. Could heal, don't really care. Kind of want to go here looking for that artifact that gives us extra Ember first time we hit full moon each turn. The Orrery that we had on a prior run. Since that would be useful. On the other hand, I also just want to dupe more things, and I kind of want to do that. I can't dupe with Life Mother at the Merchant of Arms, but I could use, you know, the Empyrean Well, and then save gold to do that here. And I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm reasonably pretty happy with that. Yep, that's fine. That's what we're doing. Boiler Room is kind of cute. Don't think we need the Bloodthirsty Blade. Like, I can merge it with this Cycle Staff, but we're killing most things with spells. the Siren wouldn't actually be getting much use out of that. The boiler room is a maybe. I've currently got how much deployment embers? 6. And I only really care currently about 4 of it. Because I can make this deployable, which would be 5. If I made this deployable later, that would be 6. It's not entirely necessary, but I will take it. Hollow Mirror is also cute. Not really going to use it, though. And Weapons Cache, also kind of cute, but just not that important. What we are going to do is we're going to deployable this. I would also like the Boiler Room, but the Cycle Staff gets so much more benefit from us out of making it deployable. So we're going to do that. Anyways, I am going to dupe, wherever it is, the Crypt Builder. I'm also going to remove a couple things, because I can, and it doesn't cost me all that much to do so. Yeah. I do definitely want to save gold for later as well, but we'll get rid of a couple things. Yeah. Anyways, again, for as awful as this run was looking, it's looking a lot better now. Oh, man. Okay, we should more or less be fine doing this. And I might want to take capacity at the next upgrade so that I can just put the Lunar Priestesses on this floor. I think that's a better play for us than what we're currently doing. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and just daze you for a couple turns, because I did kind of forget that that's an option. I'm not too worried about murdering these guys, since I can do that. And then we'll just get some free HP, because who doesn't like free HP? And look, there's even more. Ta-da! Alright, well, yeah. Having Life Mothers is, in particular, going to be really strong for us. That's definitely part of why this is going so well. Is like, we hit a couple things that we wanted, and now we're able to use them to much greater effect. Oh yeah, because it's ephemeral, having Spell Chain doesn't actually matter. I was fully waiting for that to take effect, and then it didn't. Okay, there's the boiler room. Yeah, I don't really care about that. His daze is about to wear off, but who cares? Yes, give me a sweet Crypt Builder. Then I guess I'll play out the Astrologer just to get it out of the way. He will start visiting that floor, but so be it. I'm not terribly worried about that. I was kind of hoping it was going to be a Crypt Builder, but that's fine. I don't really care about this guy dying, but I guess it'll daze him. Oh, I'm on the wrong moon phase. I was like, that doesn't look right, but that's because it wasn't. Sure. Yeah, having phase control Makes us a lot better at our job. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, he's almost dead. And I did get rid of the calcified embers, it looks like. Alright, let's see if I draw... Not what I was hoping for. I mean, it's fine. It just means that I get more time to build up the cycle staff. But I was trying to kill him right there. It just would have been cute. Yeah, there's... Doesn't matter that I do less damage this way. It doesn't matter. Okay. Here we are. So, more draw would be good, but largely unnecessary. I can't take Ancient Synergy. I don't super care about a Harness the Titan, though it is okay for us now, kind of. Since I am running AoE attune spells, and I have decent draw to try to get them in hand at the same time. Kind of want to do that. Tide is great defense. Yeah, Tidal Turning is very good defense. I do have pretty solid defense already, but I probably want to do that anyways. Yeah, we'll just take Tidal Turning. Might take Harness the Titan if it shows up again, but it's unlikely. Anyways, we're taking Capacity. The others would also be good. We don't really need Ember so much now that we have the Boiler Room. And I am probably going to go here. We're already running the best defense, killing everything before they can attack. Yeah, that is sort of it. I think we're going here. The removals are good. The gold is good. And at a merchant of steel, I can dupe things. I think I'm just giving you multi-strike. I was kind of down for like Smidge Stone or Incant Armor or multi-strike. I think we'll do this, especially in a world where I have the Tidal Turning now. The defense matters less. Anyway, Silver Empress 3 is what we got. Right. Let's just try. So, how much am I using in deployment? I want to make this deployable. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that would be everything. Yes, I don't really need the Shield Steward or the Astrologer. I'm fine to get rid of both of those now. Even if technically now I can still use one of them. And then while I've still got the chance to dupe, we're going to dupe some things. We're going to dupe that. We're going to dupe that. We're going to dupe that. That's what I can do. The reanimate, not going to matter that much. Okay. Oh look, it's a crypt builder that does 430 damage. How exciting is that? Ta-da! Okay, so that goes up. I have a lot of offering tokens now. Which is sort of by design. And there we go. We take a tiny bit of damage, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. Well... I guess we're going to do that. I could have used the offering token for it. Maybe should have, but I didn't. Did we transform Dualism Armor Steward into Moon Priestess? More or less. Hey, look, it's a Crypt Builder. As I am reclaiming all of my HP as well. Ta-da! Well, now we have extra offering tokens. Most of the spells I don't actually care about all that much. There we go. Alright. I do always want to be playing out the moon rituals so that I can buff the siren. Also because it gives me phase control, but I do like buffing my... What's its face? One of these days I'll put words together. The cycle staff. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, we still end up killing them without getting any corruption. Even if they gave me corruption, not a big deal. We were definitely too strong for this mere few enemies who oppose us. And no, it's not the hubris speaking. Not entirely, at least. Alright, well, we get a tiny bit of corruption, but that's fine. Somehow, I think we'll manage. Alright, so I am still going to do this, even if it gives them spikes. And I am still going to do this just in case we can get to the Crypt Builders. Because they do represent extra HP. Didn't get it, that's fine. Oh wow. We still gained a lot of HP on that fight, nonetheless. There we go. Don't need the Moonlit Glaive. Can't take the Lunacy. Don't have any use for the Eclipse Chamber. Ice Storm is not bad, but not really what we need right now. So we're going to skip it. I'm pretty happy to have a deck that's just largely Crypt Builders and Celestial Storms and Offering Tokens. Which is mostly what my deck is becoming. I think we're just going here. Like, I could do things with the Merchant of Magic, like Intrinsic or remove Consume the Tidal Turning. I don't think I need to, though. So, we're not going to bother. Well, shame I can't really use the Lightstone Casing. Don't really need those, but might take them anyways. Let's just make that deployable. I guess we do that. I did forget that I can still do the duplicator at Merchant of Trinkets. I was thinking that since I was going to the Merchant of Arms, I wouldn't be able to dupe anything else. But that's not true. I don't need this because I already removed my other units. I don't really need Ancient Pyre Tap. So we'll just skip. Technically, I have use for this. Ancient Pyre Tap for free Crypt Builders. Yeah, but I already basically have free Crypt Builders. That doesn't, like, really change things about my life. I suppose I could have taken the Ancient, or the Artificial Pyre Stone and duped the Cycle Staff, but it doesn't really matter. that's good enough. Here we go. So, we're gonna not set up on bottom floor so that we can let the jack strips kill off the spell shield guys. We would have still been able to manage the spell shield guys, but they would have been a little worse for us. And we just didn't need to worry about that. Alright, not a bad turn one. Jack Strips does some solid work for us. Turns out Jack Strips is a good artifact. Don't need that. Ta-da! Well, I do want the Celestial Storm. And I want it more than the Tidal Turning, so there we go. Okay, so don't really care that I'm buffing enemies. Alright, and then we just explode there. Crypt Builder 1. Could do the Unnamed Tome, and I guess I will. Ooh, never mind. Well, I should have generated that first so I had more options on what to discard. But I didn't. That's okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong moon phase. But that is easily solved. This is why we didn't need the Ancient Pyre tap for the Crypt Builders. Like, we're just offering them out anyways, so it essentially doesn't change anything. Okay. Well, there's number one. Well, just hoping for more Crypt Builders. That's fine. We still get good value out of just incanting. And I am doing a lot of damage with my Celestial Storms and all that every turn anyways. It could be so much more. We're going to kill him so I don't have to deal with the Silence Dude. Because I don't remember how it works with Ekka. I think it does block her conditional conduit. Which is a little annoying, but not that big a deal. And either way, that's why we kill him, so we don't have to put up with that at all. And there's the kill. How exciting. Kablam. Alright. Look at us go. Okay, we should be in very good shape for the Titans. Given that we have solid defense, reasonably good offense, we have great wave clear, and I also have a bunch of healing. And we're going in at full health. Should be more than sufficient. It's also, you know, not a particularly difficult fight to begin with, but, you know. I suppose I don't really need all of the priestesses in front, but hey. Offering builds versus Pyre Gel builds, which you prefer? I mean, there's not that many offering cards, so it's not usually going to be a situation where you have so much like an offering build, so much as like one or two offering cards mixed in. Yeah, although now I do Curse of Entropy myself. I could just take the damage. It doesn't really matter to me. But, I mean, if your question is more like incant builds versus Pyrogel builds, I would say incant. Although incant builds are often also Pyrogel builds when playing Fireborn. I do want to get rid of your spell shield so then I can hit you with the Crypt Builders, but hey. You are actually getting fairly close to death, but we'll do what we can. Part of the issue is that we can't daze Entropy, because for whatever reason, that's blocked. Because why would it not be? Okay, I do want to keep the Unnamed Tome for next turn, kind of. But maybe I'm okay with it. Oh. Get to get rid of those. You know what? I guess you're dazed this turn anyways. We'll leave it for next turn. Although Unnamed Tome doesn't mute for that many turns anymore. Unfortunately, I do have a lot less Ember this turn. Since I don't have anything to slay to proc the Boiler Room. Means I can't play that. Also, I can't play the Tidal Turning because I don't have enough Ember for that. No, you don't quite make it. Well, that's fine. I can lose one of them and still be in pretty okay shape. Well, I guess we're gonna waste this just so I can start knocking off your spell shields. Okay, well, I do want the Celestial Storm back, kind of. Even though, again, it barely matters, because if I'm not playing it on Ekka's floor, it does, like, no damage. Which is what we in the biz call disappointing. Oh. Come on, Crypt Builders. That was not a Crypt Builder. I could daze you, but I don't really care. I'm just trying to speed up killing the minion. Okay. So you're essentially dead already. I don't really need the Tidal Turning. I don't think I've played the Tidal Turning a single time. Oh, wrong ordering, but who cares? Because he goes down to 1 regardless, it's not a big deal. And I don't have a Pyrolite this turn, but that's okay. Because I can do that. And then just explode you anyways. And even if I didn't get another crit builder, I could have dazed him and not taken any damage. Anyways, we got out of the fight without taking any pyro damage, since we just dazed and muted and healed a whole ton of damage. Since we had a bunch of Holy Stone crit builders. There we go. Applied a lot of conduit. Because I always find this a little deceptive, because we didn't actually apply that much conduit. It just counts it as being a ton because it's every time we are phasing the moon, Ekka loses 70 conduit, regains 70 conduit, and so technically we're adding a ton of conduit, even though it's not actually like 4,000 meaningful conduit across the run. Regardless, we did it. I was really worried about Ekka going to that 3rd run because, again, we did have like a lot of useful cards used up already. And again, like, we did have that really bad moment where I went to the Merchant of Steel and I was offered not Titan Sentry, Guard of the Unnamed and Cold Kalia. And that was bad. That was exactly what we were worried about. I'm really glad that we were offered the Siren of the Sea, though, and the Lunar Priestess in particular. If we didn't have the Lunar Priestess, that was going to be way worse. Maybe still doable. If I didn't have either the Siren or the Lunar Priestess, though, I was in real bad shape. Again, maybe sort of kind of ways that I could have cobbled something together, but we were missing so many things from the pool at that point that it was really rough. Anyways, we did it, and that's the important part, which means that we're now 4 of 20 complete, and now we have to pick the next champion that we're going to do it with. I do feel a little bad that even with the restrictions, I haven't lost a single time. But it is putting some more pressure on me. Like, these haven't been the easiest runs. We've had a couple easy runs, but definitely some of them have been certainly more stressful than they normally would be. Come on. There we go. Move that a little closer. You want Bolette? Alright, we can do Bolette next. Bolette's another of the ones that I'm worried about, which I know is why you're picking Bolette, but that's fine. So, for Bolette, couple notes. Bolette is partly concerning because Bolette is one of those champions that really benefits from cross-pathing, particularly being able to take at least 1 rank of headsman so you can get the trample. Also, the, like, Slay Propagate is not bad. Also. You have to do it eventually, and you were complaining about how easy it's been so far. I mean, fair point. Like, I haven't lost yet. Bolette does worry me. Mind you, like, Under Legion is a strong clan, but again, when we have to start limiting what we can draft, it gets a lot more awkward potentially. Like, if everything lines up nicely, great. If it doesn't, it's going to be bad. Alright, have a nice weekend, Fury. As far as Bolette's actual situation, of note, by the way, this is post-Lost Arsenal patch, wherein they fully changed one of Bolette's paths. So Executioner used to be Harvest, Gain Rage, and Regen, but it was A, bad, and B, pretty redundant, because it mathematically was basically always just worse than going Hiveminder. And like, with how much HP it had, the regen basically didn't mean anything. Also, the way they got a bunch of harvest was by having a bunch of fungi, and then again, you want regen on a unit that's taking damage, but you need the fungi in front, taking damage instead. It just was a weird, messy path, being pulled in a bunch of directions. Instead, it's been replaced with Siphon Spawn 3. So whenever an enemy dies on the floor, it will spawn 3. Or, 2 and then 3 at a higher rank. And troops get additional HP per stack. So it's harder for troops to die. So it is the Fungi support path. Which is kind of cool. Very different. Also, I haven't played with it on stream at all so far. It's also been a long time since I've used it at all. But anyways, we're doing Bolette. As far as clan combo for Bolette, I'm pretty sure we're taking Umbra. The big problem of that is that Umbra's banners are not great. But Umbra does bring a number of really useful tools to it. It allows us to get damage shields, which is a great thing to propagate. It gives us potentially multi-strike via Furnace Tap. Also maybe Rage to propagate via Perils or Void Binding. Lets us propagate damage shields. Did I just hear some Penumbra slander? No, you just heard general Umbra has bad banner units slander. Nothing about Penumbra specifically, but Penumbra is the worst champion, and you know it. Anyways, so we're going to go Umbra. Do I care about Shade Splitter, or do I want the Plink? I lean towards the Plink, but maybe I do want Shade Splitter? I think I don't. I think I just want Plink. I think I'm going to be upset regardless. As always, Bogworm is good. Herzl's Horde is good. Pyre of Savagery is also good on the Trample path. Aquaths is also okay with Umbra in the mix. I think we're gonna start with Bogworm, see what happens. But there's a good chance that Bogworm ends up being essentially worthless. How are you doing Pyres for the challenge? Different each time? Yeah, there's a couple different ways I could have done Pyres, and so I just had to choose. The options being essentially we could have either just always done Proto Heart Cage, which is neutral and kind of boring, but fair. We could have done random, but that seems a little too much when I'm already posing so many restrictions on myself. Could have done it where I just use the same Pyre for all 3 of the runs for a champion, but that feels maybe a little too strong for certain champions and also kind of boring. And so I figured just making it so I can't repeat Pyres on the same champion seems like the best option. It gets me using a lot more of the Pyres, and it's just a fun extra consideration. So that's where we're at. Okay, Crucible Warden is something. Packed Morsels and Rot is not my favorite start, but okay. Alright, alright, what are we offered? Okay. By 3 of 20 complete, do you just mean 3 out of the 20 champions or 3 out of 20 paths? I mean 3 out of the 20 champions. Because there are 60 paths total. Man, loves me some Rot, seeing my own hand in the game is flattering. Oh, tiny. Yeah, eventually I'll have a tracking sheet so I can show which champions are done and which ones aren't, but it's been a busy week. Didn't get made. I kind of want to take Executioner. The problem is that what I really want with Executioner is I want to get, like, Squad Leader. Mind you, it's fine even if I don't. Like, Executioner does still work with other things. It does work with, like, Spore Launcher in particular. It's just that Squad Leader is kind of the ideal where I start building up a big, beefy stack of fungi, and then they just trample over everything. There's a lot of problems to that plan, though. But I don't know. Let's take Executioner, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'll take Sketches. It's not really what I want, though. Okay, fine. Double Gorge kind of cute when I have Crucible Warden. It just, like, guarantees that I get through the early game, but so be it. I would take Fangs prospectively, to be honest. There's not that much it really helps with, though. Like, that's the problem. Yeah, and also this is the issue, is that I now can't fit most of the morsels. I knew this would be a problem, but hey. Yes, look at that big, beautiful stack of fungi already. I thought about just not playing out the, like, Shield Steward, so I'd end up with more capacity. But that's fine. Okay, thank you for killing those guys. And then we do this, and I end up with way more morsels than I can do anything with. But this is partly... Like, we took Bogworm, so this should work out okay, kind of. Well, we see what we draw. Chances are it's probably going to be morsels. Surprisingly, it wasn't. But we at least very heftily win Relentless. As long as we have some way to get kills. Like, our fungi stack is pretty strong into Relentless. At least early game. Okay. Yeah, so, what do we want? I think I maybe want the Loam Coat. Glow Up is real solid for us. Infectory is also good. Kind of want to save Infectory for later, though. For, like, Hiveminder or something. Pretty happy with Loam Coat. Yeah, we'll do Loam Coat. Immortal Trade is worthless for us. Making of a Morsel is pretty bad for us. Prismal Dust is good. Don't know if I need it right now, though. Like, it is nice with Loam Coat and with other things. I think I'm just going to skip, though. We are up against Savagery, though. That maybe is a bigger concern than I make it out to be. Alright, we'll skip, though. Maybe should take it. I don't really know. Anyways, we're going to try to go for this, looking for Cluster Colonel or Squad Leader. Okay, I will take Squad Leader. That's at least a good pickup for us. I guess I'm doing this. I don't know. And then we're going to upgrade the Plink as much as I don't really want to. I just want to make sure that I have ways to get my kills started is the big thing. Well, we get extra capacity on top floor. I really want the extra capacity on bottom floor. That is what I want. Well, can't feed you morsels, sadly, but alas. This is the annoying thing. It's just I have big boatloads of morsels I can't do anything with. But we knew this was going to be the case as soon as I took sketches. There we go. Well, don't get to the loam coat, but that's kind of fine. I just really wanted the collector. And at least I just have kind of natural built-in fungi generation, since they just trample over things and spawn a bunch of extra troops, and they're harder to kill. Well, let's just ensure that I'm killing the boss, since the rot is pretty good. Alright, and then he's just still taking tons of damage per turn. We have the loam code. It doesn't matter because I drew it too late on the second go around. Spawning pods is good, but again, I don't want to waste every, like, spawn option. And I already have built-in spawning with the siphon. So I think we want to focus on just ways to kill enemies regardless of the fungi situation. Proliferate also good. I may be being too greedy, but we're going to skip. Perils is good. I would rather save it for a different situation. Immortal Trait is worthless. Morsel is worthless. Merchant of Arms is good, in that I could try to get, like, Void Armament for the Fungi stack. Void Armament would be good on any of the bullets, though. Probably just want to go here. Holdover is nice. Amorous Inoki. I actually might take Amorous Inoki. It is a unit I rarely care about. But it does help protect me from sweep and all of that jazz, kind of. Doesn't really help the fungi situation, though. I also kind of just want to take 5 squad leaders. And this would help with that. Inoki works great with the reworked path too. It does, and I think that's what we're going to do. I just kind of really do want maximal squad leaders, but I think Inoki is worth taking here. And this, I'm gonna do this actually. Okay. Intrinsic is what I was looking for. Sure. Gain a random graft unit. Graft random equipment on a unit. Well, I didn't really want to do this, but I think maybe I just graft the loam coat onto you. And I'm pretty happy to do that, I think. You know what? Sure. Done. Alright. Archeon. Look at us go. Okay, I sort of appreciate you, Bogworm Pyre. I did do this in the wrong order, because we want to play Inoki first. It doesn't matter a ton, but it does matter. I guess we do that. Or kind of meant to play him out. Doesn't really matter. Here we are. Okay. How exciting. Well, once again, don't have a place I can put morsels down. Alright, we'll start turning you because the guy on bottom floor is already dying, so you can enjoy your decay. Go ahead and kill you. And then we'll do this. Yes, look at us go. Gaining HP. Living the dream. Okay. I guess I'll just give you more decay. I did forget that he was going to hurt my pyre, but I'm not terribly concerned about that. We'll just keep bullying him because we can. My fungi aren't that strong right now, but that also doesn't matter. Ta-da! Yes, go my glorious fungi crew. Tome of Evergrowth is good. Don't think we really need it, though. Blazing Bolts, I'm pretty okay with taking, and I don't see myself really caring about it on later ones, so I'll take it now. I will take another squad leader, even though I'm getting Calcified Embered. And I think we're just taking Ember for now. Especially because I already have Bogworm, and I have Sketches of Salvation. There are things I would want at the Merchant of Trinkets, but I'm also broke, and I would like to get some things for the Merchant of Steel. So, here we are. Right. Executioner 2 it is. We don't want to use up Bloodthirsty Blade right now. Otherwise, it would be a good pickup. Equalizing Rings is not that important. Like, it's kind of good for the fungi since they are getting more HP than attack, but I'm also evening that out somewhat once I start putting down the squad leaders on the floor. So it's not as impressive as it looks. So we're not going to worry about that. And then Steward Quarters, not actually that helpful for me. So you're the one who has the Loam Coat. I don't know that multi-strike is really that useful for me. I also don't know that this is all that useful to me either. I'm gonna do it for now. I don't know. It probably doesn't actually matter. Okay. I do need to start removing cards from my deck pretty badly. And I did do this in the wrong order. Not gonna worry about it. Okay. So, would love to get rid of the calcified ember. Sadly, not gonna get rid of the calcified ember. Instead, we were going to work on that. Oh, well, that's fine. It's okay. He's already dead since he's got the decay on him. I guess we'll just kill you, and then we'll spawn a fun guy, and keep stacking up power. I guess we can kill one of you, and then we definitely have enough to get you, and then we just spawn a bit more. Yeah, so get all those buffs, one after another. I think we would just want to play the Blazing Bolts while we can, even if it means that I'm not playing out the Rot. But the Fungi is at a pretty hefty stack now. Similarly, we're going to get rid of that while we can. Oh, and I do have enough Ember because of the Morsel last turn, so it ends up working out anyways. Yes, go, my big, beautiful children. Yep. We're just gonna leave that be. As our mighty stack just cleaves through them. They have a ton of bonus HP, and they have a bunch of regen thanks to the Inoki. So, everything's fine. We're not really in any sort of danger here. Especially since we didn't increase the corruption at all. But even if we had, still would have been okay. We just would have started losing a few stacks of fungi. These are not helpful to our needs. I still haven't mastered Cannibalize. Not helpful to my needs, not really helpful to my needs, so we skip. I'm gonna go here. Not that important. Ancient Roots is helpful. I knew I wouldn't really have enough to buy things here, but I was still just curious. And I do get a little bit of gold by rejecting this, which we're going to do. And then we're going to make another squad leader. What I really want... I mean, there's a lot of good artifacts, but one of the ones that I really want is... It just gives fungi extra attack per stack. Okay. Alright, so let's first do this, even though we are going to get corruption on the fun guys. I think that's okay to do. Oh, of course, it's Mass Squad Leader. What else were you expecting, Tom? I mean, like, we have the fungi support bullet path. We may as well support our fungis. They're losing a couple stacks every turn thanks to the corruption. Though the Inoki is starting to mitigate that. Well, we'll just kill it that way. And I guess we're just gonna get rid of this, even though it means I'm not playing out the Rot, but still. Fungi's come out ahead nonetheless. The problem is that we are still somewhat slow to stack up at this rate. I guess I didn't really need to play that there. And I mostly just sapped myself, but that's fine. But yeah, we are a bit slow to get rolling, which is a problem going into Seraph. But we'll see what we can do. Nah, I was really hoping he was just gonna kill those guys, so I wouldn't have to deal with that. You know what? I will let these guys get murdered. That's fine. I just don't need that in my deck. I mean, I would love to feed some buffs to the morsels. It's just not actually a thing I can do, so. Okay. Also, I don't have any propagate, so it's not like I'm really missing out. I mean, I've got propagate from the loam codes, but nothing I can give to the fungi. Alright, well, we pretty cleanly just murder him, and we get even more fungi every time one of his reanimate stacks goes down. Ta-da! Alright. And then the stats just keep on coming. Fertile Ground is a no. I mean, it is good, but not what I want here. Do I care about Mushy Room? I think no. And as far as units go, we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with the fungi. So we have room for one more unit on that floor until we hit the cap. I would probably like to start augmenting and upgrading and like duping the blazing bolts. The rod is also doing a lot of work for us, though. I think I'm happy to skip these, especially because, well, Mushy Room is good. We are up against Savagery, which really does want me to be setting up bottom floor if I can. And Mushy Room doesn't do anything on bottom floor. Cave-In is interesting. It's maybe worth taking. It does help me mitigate a slow start. But I'm going to skip it. Don't need the Merchant of Arms. We're going to go here, start removing, try to do some things. Remove, consume, does not matter. If we had the -2 here, I would take it, but I can't. So we're going to do that. I mean, I kind of want to do a holdover on the Blazing Bolts, but I could also just do Intrinsic on it, which is also actually pretty reasonably good for me. Okay, as far as removals go... I'm going to start getting rid of some units. Sketches is maybe sort of going to backfire on me soon if I'm not careful. So we are going to start getting rid of most of the units. And we're going to start getting rid of, I guess, Plinks. The basic Plinks just don't help me anymore, which is fine. They did their job early, basically. That's all I essentially care about them for. Like, neither they nor Shade Splitters are particularly great late game, but Plinks are at least pretty helpful early game. Okay, and then we're going to get the Crucible Warden, which is fine. Not particularly exciting, but fine. Okay. Like, guess we'll do that so we catch you, and then we'll just sacrifice some morsels to whatever. Who cares? The main goal is just that we get things rolling. There we go. Unfortunately, I don't really enjoy you escaping death. That is concerning. Probably should have killed you, but see what we can do. I can use Rot on you this turn, I guess. Yeah, it's not enough because you're an asshole. Because you do the eating beforehand. Alright, let's do this differently then. Okay, so you shouldn't be getting any additional damage shields, because I killed that, and so the decay procs and takes off a damage shield, which is something. Oh, I didn't actually put decay on you. Well, isn't that a concern? Alright, well, you're dead that way. Done. Problem solved. Okay, we just barely hit the break point to kill you. Which is the concern. Like, I just am not totally that strong. And my fungi are struggling. Like, we aren't going to lose in Relentless ever. Especially because these guys are just stacking up damage shields constantly. I don't do a lot of damage per round. But that doesn't matter if I can just withstand all the damage that's coming in. And Kale so kindly doesn't end up on the same floor as the Cherub, so it doesn't get the buff. You know what? Let's just give Kale some decay now. I'm not gonna easily be able to murder these guys, so we're not gonna try at the moment. But again, this is concerning. Alright, Blazing Bolt's doing some work for us. We should be okay. Again, I am concerned looking ahead to Savagery. I do need better damage output than I've got, but we'll see what we can do between now and then. Because for the time being, it's not bad, but I do have Savagery-shaped problems in my life. There we go. I probably will take Fungi in a suit. Clearly need more leaders. You're damn right I do, Tom. That's the kind of forward-thinking action I can get behind. Contagious is cool. Not at all appropriate here. Tome of Evergrowth is good. We'll take Fungi in the suit, though. Whatever. It's probably unnecessary here. Because we were already getting a bunch of extra HP, so I probably didn't need to do that. And then, what do we want? I don't need capacity. I lean towards just extra Ember. And so I'm going to take extra Ember. I'm going to go here for the dupe, if nothing else. Alright, and now they get plus 3 HP per stack. I think I'm duping the Blazing Bolts. I also do want another squad leader. Alright, well, we're gonna dupe this nonetheless. Do I actually want that? It gets me a bit of fungi at the beginning. It just isn't that impressive when I don't have a lot of fungi to start. But I will do it, I guess, and we'll see what we can do. I guess I could do that. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. And then let's do what I can do. Don't love you, but fine. Okay, sounds good. So let's just target you. And then we'll just go ahead and murder you. Why not? Sure. We'll do that. Have a bunch of armor. How exciting. We may as well kill you. I still have just a lot of dead cards in my deck. Yeah, playing the Rot, it does not actually help me. So we're not going to. Okay, let's get rid of you first, I guess. Make sure we get you, although I am concerned about the whole not actually killing all my enemies thing. But, so be it, I guess. And again, it's only going to be worse going into Savagery, where I have to deal with a lot of these guys. Well, didn't quite kill them, but that's fine. We did catch the stragglers, which is nice. And then we just keep stacking up all this nonsense. I would target, you know, the guys who are actually doing damage if I can. If I could, but the fact that they have spell shields means that I can't kill them with the rods. So we target where I can do damage. I do really want to thin my deck out more so that the blazing bolts come up more frequently. Because they are actually pretty good for me, especially after... Yeah, I mean, like, just, they're a good card for my current needs. Or at least, they're pretty decent. They will be worse against the Titans, where they can have a chance of hitting Entropy, which is worthless for me. Technically, I can use them against a minion, though, and that would be nice, but other than that, not super great. We will skip on these. The Dig Deep is nice. The Grow Room is fine, but not doing it. Not helpful, not helpful, not really helpful. If I were going to a Merchant of Arms, I would take the engine upgrade. But even then, I've got plenty of Ember. Like, that's not really my block point here. We're going here. Not helpful, not helpful, and not helpful. Not what I wanted. Well, we are going to make another squad leader. We are going to get rid of you, because I should have the right number of units now. I suppose I could have just played him on a higher floor, and that's probably what I should have done. Oh well. Actually, it would have been better in a lot of ways. Yeah. Anyways. I think I maybe just want to get rid of more things, but I can only really afford to get rid of one more thing. Which I guess is going to be a Plink. And then I just do this, I guess. And then make you slightly better and do that, I guess. Okay, well, unfortunately, I am a little reliant on drawing things well. I should have held on to my dude, so I could have played him on a different floor, so I could pull Savagery away. But I didn't. Namely, the concern is I need to be able to kill the sweep dudes without them murdering my backliners. I do have a bunch of spell shields to mitigate this. Not spell shields, damage shields. There we go. Good job, Blazing Bolts. That is, in fact, what we pay you for. I don't know why I bothered going down to bottom 4 for that, but that's fine. Okay, and you do survive, which means that you will get rid of the melee weakness, which is the main thing I was hoping for there. And then you don't quite die, which means we miss out on the spawn. But if I didn't have Savagery here, I could have taken a lot less damage into the melee weakness, which would have been really nice. Okay, I was hoping that one of them would hit that. That's not ideal. Well, an Amalgam is escaping, I guess. Which is not my favorite, but I am at full health, basically, so if that's what it takes to succeed here, so be it. Unfortunately, I'm not building up my fungi stacks as much as I would like. If I hadn't lost as much on turn 1, it really would have helped. I was really hoping that was going to hit the right target. Well, that is what we were trying to avoid. Yeah. Alright, well, we lose the Inoki and one of the squad leaders. But this is partly why we put the damage shields on our dudes. Ow. That was a lot of damage. Yeah, I don't know that this works. I might have to set up on a higher floor. Or just get luckier. Oh, you are going to kill me if you survive. Yeah. Oh, and I technically can play out a morsel here. So you're gonna die. Do I survive you? Oh, Misty, how you been, friend? Haven't seen you in a bit. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah. Okay. Not my favorite, but here's what we're going to do. We're gonna set up on mid floor, which... Oh, fuck. I don't have, like, any capacity on mid floor. Well, never mind that. Alright. Fair enough. Backup plan. Yeah, I really don't want to not be on top floor, though. Or don't want to be on bottom. Don't want to not be on bottom floor. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Actually, gonna do that and let you kill there, because it's not really a point to me making fungi when you're just gonna kill them anyways. So what we're going to do is weaken some things, I guess. And then save the fungi in a suit for some other things. Unfortunately, I missed out on some siphons. I'm going to start taking amalgam damage, which is going to represent a lot of damage. But we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna work, but I feel pretty limited in options. Yeah, I really need the fungi to survive. But we're working on that. Okay, pretty decent. Okay, that's not so bad. I mean, obviously I'm still in bad shape overall, but maybe we're getting to a point where I can stabilize, potentially. Okay. I do have a blazing bolts coming. I feel like maybe I'm gonna have to hit you with the rot, which I really don't want to do, but it's also pretty important that you don't kill me. Which is kind of the benefit of setting up on the higher floor. But again, my power budget is wrapped up pretty highly in the fungi. Yeah, I do suspect we're going to lose this run. I just don't do what would generally be referred to as enough damage. Yeah, because I'm getting bodied by the amalgams at this rate. I have to be on bottom floor to make this work. But I don't do nearly enough damage. We'll try it one more time, but yeah, I'm pretty confident that we're fucked. Which is no great surprise. It is a bit of a shame that I did hit all of the squad leaders, and that's still not enough. I really needed more damage to back things up, or at least I needed to not be against savagery. Oh, whoops. Well. Okay, well. We're gonna go ahead and kill you. And that's still not great. Concerns are palpable. Well, you're dying there. You're not. Guess we'll kill you. I don't know. Life is a problem. Great and unknowable. I just don't do near enough damage. Yeah, and when it doesn't hit him, life gets a problem. Not to mention all the damage I'm taking from these guys surviving, which is already a ton. Let's see if I can be cheesy. Not that I really want to be cheesy with RNG, but I don't know. Let's see what I can do. Unsurprisingly, that didn't help. Okay, that does help. But still not enough to solve all my life's problems. Yeah, because, like, even if I make it to the Titans, I'm in real bad shape for the Titans. Oh. I mean, I don't have to last that many more waves, but the problem is I'm not going to survive. If I had a way to, like, mitigate the Titan damage, this would be a different story, but I'm just super dead right here. If I had drawn a Blazing Bolts this turn, maybe I could have mitigated some of this damage, but I can't. Just not great. Because he's gonna kill me, as is. Yeah, alright, let's let it die. We're super dead. I just don't do near enough damage. I cannot overcome that bulk. I really needed, like, more Blazing Bolts or some better... Or some better way to protect the fungi so I wasn't losing stacks at the early stages of the battle. And or I needed better ways to convert the fungi into doing damage. I'm not wildly surprised about that, especially because I was pretty conservative in my drafts. But it is still concerning. Of note, I might want to not do Umbra, because the other option I was considering is that we do Banished. Because Banished does bring a number of really helpful things. My power just flickered for a moment, and that was concerning. But Banished brings us... Are there any rules around allied clans? No, just that once I commit to a clan combo for... I have to use it for the entire thing, so I can't swap between different champion paths. But, like, Banished does bring me, like, Valor, which is nice. It has a number of good units. I can potentially overstack floors. It also gives me a multi-strike equipment and gives me Shield of Wing, which is real good. And it gives me damage shields. Also gives repositioning shift cards so that you can potentially put your fungi stack not in the front if you care. Which is useful if I ever want to use, like, Puffball. Okay, I think we're going to swap to Banish. I did want to do Umbra for a variety of things. Like I said, the Ember Drain stuff would be really nice. Damage shields in general is nice. And being able to give Trample to Hiveminder Bullet, I really wanted to do. But that is also heavily contingent upon getting those offered in the right runs. I think Banish is a much more doable thing. And we're going to do Just Cause. Inspire's okay. Not a great starter card. Better than people give it credit for, though. Alright, do I want to use Bogworms again? Maybe. Life Mothers is good. Pyre of Savagery is good-ish. Shield of Wing on Super HP Fungi seems hilarious, too. That is one of the things we're considering, yeah. That is sort of the ideal. Urzel's Horde also good. I think we'll still just do Bogworms for the sake of it. Okay. Interesting start. Please. Didn't have the right one. That's a problem. Okay. What are we going to do about that? So we could take Hiveminder for the rally and just try to use like the green recruits as a spawn mechanism. Don't hate that. The problem is I need some way to convert that into a kill. The best option available to me is to get like Cleave and then just start cleaving through all the enemies with hefty, beautiful, wonderful attack. Or get Shield of Wing. There are other options too, but I think we're doing this. Yeah. Let's see what we can do. Alright, Captain's Halo, I guess, because I don't really want wing clippings. Technically, vaguely useful with the Selfless Sacrifice, but I just don't want to rely on that. Yeah, there's not really any reason to do this right now. Except I did forget. I actually don't want to play the squad leader. Because I need capacity to play out the green recruits even while there's fungi around. It does mean that I'm maybe going to leak some things. I'm not too worried about that. Okay. That's good enough for now. It does mean the Captain's Halo is going to the wrong targets. Namely, it's going to the fungi right now. But that's okay. I mean, it's sort of okay for it to go to the fungi. It's just not exactly what I want. Anyways, we move the Collector so we can kill the Collector. We're taking some damage from the guy that's leaking. Oh, well. Sometimes you gotta. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I really need the Just Cause to beat the boss here. Would play the Selfless Sacrifice, but it takes away from spawning, and I'm not going to take away from spawning. Well, so be it. Suppose I could have checked to see what I was going to draw next turn. Maybe could have done that differently, but I didn't. That's fine. Alright, we got a decent amount of rallying done. There we go. Alright, now give me Cleave and Cluster Kernel. Okay. I'm pretty okay with spawning pods. I'll take spawning pods. That's not Cleave. I will skip. Alright. What do you got for me? That is not bad, at least. Okay, we'll take Cluster Kernel, even though Spore Launcher is reliable offense that I really could use. Also, I suppose I kind of don't totally need Cluster Kernel if I can do the Green Recruit, but I don't know. We also do have Bogworm, so I might have enough capacity for that regardless. Anyways, we're doing this. Remove Consume, Holdover. Would have also been nice to make it cost less. Oh well. Here we are. Also, obviously, would have been good to do the remove consume holdover on the, what am I trying to say? On the damage shield. Also, wrong order. I will say, the Vanguard guy here does concern me. If my wave clear isn't great, and if we leak those guys, they do 10 damage to the pyre per hit, which is a lot. I just can't see you behind him. Well, there's no way I'm getting that, so... Unfortunately, that's a collector that I just won't get to enjoy. Sadly, don't get to enjoy the Green Recruit. I mean, we'll still play him, but... And overall, everything else we're doing is good anyways. Yes, just keep stacking up. The Minus Ember is preventing me from doing a bunch of spawns, but that's okay. It's good enough. I end up just making him stronger, actually, but that's okay. Oh, here we go. Our big, beautiful stack of fun guy. And then we just kind of murdered them. I mean, I'm kind of okay with the Loam Coat. Glow Up is also quite good, but I think we're going to skip on that. I don't know if we really care about the Loam Coat. I think we're going to skip on that. Cleave, I almost didn't even, like, recognize what I was looking at. I don't know what I want to do. I mean, I mostly just don't want to spend cash. I think we're just going here and, like, eating the banner for golds. And then I go here and I look for the things that bring me joy in life. Smidgestone is maybe interesting. Avenger's kind of cute. Not really what we need, though. I didn't even really take note of what boss we're up against. Okay. We hopefully will be okay by Kale. I don't think I really need this. Endless would be nice, but I can't afford the reroll, so... I guess I'll do this, and then just give him some HP to be a little more reliable. He does spawn in with armor, so it's not Not totally a thing. I'm not taking Dante here. I mean, we could do a Dante pivot, but we're not doing that. I mean, turns out Dante pivots are very good, but I'm not doing it. Okay. There we go. So, sure, we'll do that. And then we'll do that and just start rallying those fungi. And give them a little bit of valor. Okay. He is gonna get spooky scary eventually. But on the other hand, we're doing okay. I'm doing okay on... Like, I'm generating a bit of valor. I'm going to be generating some damage shields. He does scare me, though. Pretty consistently. But I'm also going to be generating a lot of fungi. Unfortunately, he will also cleave through a lot of fungi with every attack. But we'll do what we can. Well, he's got a little bit of time for that rage to start wearing off, I guess. And after this, I can take Ember. Delicious, necessary Ember. Because currently, I just cannot play out most of my cards at the same time. Mostly because I committed to a 2-cost holdover card. And I really want to rally as much as I can. It will make a huge difference in the long run. Anyways, we get there. We had a bunch of HP and a bit of Valor armor on our dude, which I really appreciate. Do we want Cursed Twin Blade? Kind of. I think what we're going to do is we're going to take that Mitosis Cap. So, I do want the Cursed Twin Blade, but it also would be really useful on Headsman Bullet. The one that has Trample and the Slay bonus. And I think we're going to leave it in case we need it for that. It's a bit of a gamble, because I am really kind of basing this decision on getting holdover for the cleave, or at least getting my deck thin enough that we can just play the cleave every turn. So that might not work out, but we'll see. Anyways, I'm going to take the Mitosis Cap. I'm going to skip on those, and we're taking Ember. And then we're going here, and we're hopefully getting holdover. That is not holdover. Okay. So I think we're doing this just because it is reasonably good for me. Although then I can't afford the holdover if I reroll. Don't know why I did that when I had thought about that, and I still just did it wrong. Well, let's increase the spawning, I guess. Yeah, that was a mistake. I, for some reason in my mind, was like, I've got enough gold. Really did not. Well, see what we can do. Okay. So you're gonna get that, though. I don't... Oh, let's actually do this slightly different. I don't actually know if you're gonna survive till the end, though. Which is a problem. You have a decent amount of HP, because I gave you HP for this exact sort of purpose. I guess I could self-sacrifice you, too. this way you'll be a bit better suited to surviving the Kale situation. Okay, so I can catch you if I do that. Yeah. Anyways, I just really would like more cluster kernels. Again, what I really, really want is to have holdover on the cleave, but I kind of fucked that up. I mean, who knows if it would have been offered, but the fact that I didn't check was definitely a mistake. At least Bolette is building up, and the squad leader is doing some work for us by giving us trample on the fungi stack. But we'll see what we can do in general. Yeah, that doesn't really help. You survive. I got maximal rallies. I will take that. Those were the two major goals of that, so fine. Unearthed treasure is very good, but not here. Pox I don't particularly want, and we're not taking wax cap. Blood-soaked arena is not what we want here. Punk Shredder I did forget is an option. You know what? We'll take Punk Shredder. Totally forgot that that was also a thing that we could do. Okay, we're gonna go to the Merchant of Magic. Because it still is preferable if I can get holdover, kind of. I guess I'll take Vola's Tuning Fork. Zone of Silence is nice. Not incredibly necessary here. Steward's Quarters doesn't matter. Boiler Room, I think I do want. So it's a bit of a stretch. I don't really need that. We're just gonna do the reroll. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful holdover. Although I did forget that I kind of wanted to minus cost that. It's fine. I sort of will have the Ember for it going forward. And I can also look for like intrinsic or something on it. And that will also be nice. Regardless. Yeah, the problem with the Punk Shredder, by the way, is that like I would have to leave capacity open for it. Having Bogworms does make that more reliable, but that's fine. We got holdover cleave. That is what I wanted. And we're going to play you, and you, and you, and you. We might try to remove the squad leader soon, because it's past its usefulness. A little bit cheesy to do that. Oh well, so be it. We're going to take a little bit of damage. That's fine. I do need to move Bolette up front. And thus, we're going to have no problems with Ember, and we're going to do a whole lot of murder. And we're going to make another view. And then play those out. Actually, I'm sorry. Let's review this turn. I am actually killing these guys as is. So instead, we're going to do this so I can get the Collector. How do you decide the second class for a challenge per team, or do you pick the team that you think is the best combo? I'm choosing what I think is going to be helpful. Because it's already enough of Like, we're already facing enough restrictions that I don't think I need to make it even harder on myself by limiting my options. I mean, if I do this again in the future, which, honestly, there's a good chance I will, I can play this one first. If I do it again in the future, like, I'm not against adding on other restrictions, like that I can't refleet clan combos, or that I have to use each clan a certain number of times, or something like that, yada yada yada. But yeah, for the moment, there are no restrictions like that. I'm just picking what I think is helpful. Alright, and then... Oh, I don't have enough for you because there weren't enough enemies to kill. That's fine. We're doing a good job overall. I don't really need to play the cleave. I'll just do this. And there we go. And then we end it with a whole bunch of Ember that I'll never get to use. Okay. Ta-da! How exciting. Mushroom isn't bad. Dig Deep is nice, but we don't really need it. I've already got the 2 holdover spawning pods. And that doesn't matter. Were we not doing the challenge we're doing, I might take it anyways. Demonize we're going to not take, because it's... Ideally, we use it when we have Trample Bullet. Deadly Plunge is kind of cute. We're not going to take it. And Tome of the Lost Path we don't need, since we have Bogworms to just give us a bunch of extra capacity. The removals are nice. The healing is fine. I don't know if there's anything I care about at the Merchant of Trinkets. I mean, there are a lot of good options. You know what? Out of greed, let's go here. Crying of the Eternal is not terrible. We're not taking like tons of damage, and we are getting a pretty hefty amount of HP, but that does just bring us to a point where it's never really gonna be a problem for us. Cleansing Water is kind of cute. All of Mirrors is cute. Definitely not what we want. Echo Vault, I kind of want. But again, I am using Boiler Room, and I think that's good enough for me right now. I guess I'm willing to take Cleansing Water. Okay, for this, I think I need to not be setting up on top floor. I think I have to be setting up on bottom. Which, luckily, I do have a lot of capacity, because Bogworm Spire's dumb sometimes. We are not playing Squad Leader, but we are getting a lot of free spawning, so who am I to complain, I guess? Yeah, though we are going to be letting some dudes escape, which is not great. Okay. Well. We have a ton of Ember, so that's good. So now the fun guy is Trample. Oh, whoops. Well, I guess we'll do that. I was going to do it differently, but I guess we just do this, and now everyone is Trample. Which is fine. The big thing is just, I wanted to catch enemies before they dealt damage. I think I'm doing this, even though it's a bit unnecessary. Then you go there just so I can get rid of you. Let's look at those beautiful permanent stats. Ever so many of them. Anyways, he's going up front now because why not? He does the most damage with the cleave, and he heals to full every turn. He's a mighty creature. Unstoppable and unknowable. We'll give them the damage shield just for the sake of it. And then we'll just go on a kill spree. Sadly, I haven't gotten the other spawning pods yet, but oh well. Our army of cluster kernels is still doing plenty of work for us. And soon we'll be getting +2/+2. I was hoping we'd get artifacts like the all allies propagate each turn, or spawn fungi based on how many cards are in your deck each turn. Those are what I was hoping for. Alas, did not get them. But that's fine. And thus he's dead. We do not need Heavensward. Wings Radiance is good, but again, I'd rather save that for Trample Bullet, because boy, is that just a lot better for him. And we're gonna take more Ember. Unfortunately, this clan combo doesn't have anything like truly exciting and helpful to propagate on Trample Bullet. Like, we can propagate the Valor, which is nice. It does give us extra damage. It's just, I don't have, like, Rage anywhere in the clan. At least nothing that I can give to Bullet. Which would be really nice. Anyways, don't need to go here. Might still just want to dupe either the Cleave or the Spawning Pods. Don't really need to go here, though. I could get the Boiler Room, but I'm already using 8 Ember on the Cluster Kernels alone. I think we just go here. Yeah, we have another dupe here as well. Okay, we'll go here. Gonna go to Hiveminder 3. Don't particularly care. I mostly want to remove things. And then we're either duping the Cleave or we're duping the Spawning Pods. I'm gonna dupe the Cleave just because it is so important that I hit it early. And we are gonna remove things that we don't need. Which is a little cheesy, but whatever. Get rid of you. Okay. We at least have slightly less cards to draw through. This is partly why I wanted to dupe the Cleave, because I would really like to draw into it early. Especially in a world where they also have Reanimate. I would love to be on top floor, but here we are. Okay, that is not what I wanted to draw, but fair enough. Okay, we are getting the kill now, and that's what we care about. And now Bullet is strong enough to kill one of these guys on his own, which he wasn't before, but now is. Unfortunately, I still don't have a lot of things I want. Namely, we don't have the Cleave, we don't have the Boiler Room. My dudes are getting real low on health, so they are gonna need some support soon. Okay. I don't really need to use the Mitosis Cap anymore. It's cute, but I just don't have enough for it. Yeah, if I don't use the spawning pods, it's not strong enough to kill him, so we'll do that. I don't think I want to do... You know what? Just for the sake of it, we'll mitosis cap you as well. Is it the correct choice? No, not really. But we're doing it anyways. And now the cleave is here to save my dudes from getting murdered, which is appreciated. Hopefully we hit Artificial Pyrostone, and then I'll have enough Deployment Ember for the extra cluster kernels. Yes, look at my big, beautiful bullet. And his fun guy cheer squad. Well, if you thought one cleave was nice, what about two? Okay, we'll let him die, and then Bullet will go on a murder spree. Ta-da! Alright. Pretty nice. We gained something like 200 extra attack during that. Do not need any of those. I love Everlasting Light, but we don't need it here. Don't need any of those. Okay. Well, we're going here. Lightstone Casing is interesting. Ancient Roots is not bad. Yeah, double stack doesn't matter. That will go there. Intrinsic I like. I could take the Lightstone Casing and make the Selfless Sacrifice into holdover. I don't think that really matters. Take that, I guess. And I'll take that. And I guess I'll take that just for the sake of it. And then I guess I'm gonna dupe spawning pods. It mostly doesn't matter at this point. Okay, so I unfortunately do not have enough Ember for all of my cluster kernels. I was really hoping we would get a thing. Okay, not a bad start. Alright, so that's the 7-unit limit. Can't play out the green recruits there. So we won't. Really need to move Bullet up front. Also, these guys are a bit of a jerk with their damage shields. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. Don't mind me as we do this in the correct order. But yeah, unfortunately they're not damage shields, but spell shields do prevent us from... Yeah, it's kind of a waste, whatever order I do this in. I guess let's do that. I mean, I should have enough Ember for this one way or another. Don't remember what I was trying to say. Anyways, I can't cleave them while they've got the spell shield on. Because even though the damage is calculated from my unit, it is spell damage, which means it does get blocked. Either way, it's fine. Bullet is just straight chilling, murdering everything, and constantly stacking up. Now we have all of our spawning pods. I'm definitely not going to make another cluster kernel. Not that I even know that I'm going to get the mitosis cap, since I basically don't draw new cards each turn. But we will not have enough space for that. Because we're at this 7-unit limit currently, counting the fun guys. And so if I add another cluster kernel, I just won't have any space to generate the fun guys. And that would be bad. I mean, it's not too big of a concern right now when Bullet is already over 1,000 attack. And we are guaranteed to have cleave from the beginning of the battle. Whoops. I didn't realize he was dying and accidentally killed him before spawning. Oh well. My mistake. Bit of a waste, but I think we'll be okay. Definitely much better than the last run that we did. But then again, this is Hiveminder and not Executioner. I still think Banish is going to be a much better combo for us, though. Especially if we can get Shield of Wing on the Executioner run. Then we'll be able to turn the high HP of the Fungais into an offensive tool, which would be real useful. Okay, so we're going to do that. Not that Bullet really needs the damage shields. Well, Savagery is basically already dead. I do have Corruption stacking up. Somehow, I think I'll be able to manage. And I guess we just play him there for the extra rallies, because I don't have the last cluster kernel yet, so there is capacity open. Okay, I'm not going to bother with the Mitosis Cap. And sadly, I'm basically just waiting for Dominion to die, as is often the case. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have enough Ember for all of this. I'm not going to play out the second Cleave. But I really did want to play the Pyrolite, because that's what's slowing me down. But I also would like to maybe be able to draw back into my spawning pods. Not that it matters. Like, here we are. Can you go endless with this build if you kept the trample giving unit maybe? Yes, kind of. So like endless mode scales out of control real quick. Because you do get like both the stats of enemies go up, and they go up very fast. But they also get extra multi-strike, and they get what was the word I'm looking for? They get like ever-expanding amounts of reanimate, which is particularly insane to deal with. And just so on and so forth. And so, like, yes, I could do a little bit of endless, but it wouldn't go all that far. Also, you have to get curses pretty frequently, which can even, like, remove units or important spells from your deck. That sounds kind of boring, to be honest, like it's made to kill you too hard. Yeah, so it's a mix. Like, endless is not my thing one way or another. Like, I am not the target audience for endless mode in a deck builder. But, like, if they don't put any things in there like that, especially in a game like Monster Train, there are a lot of decks that would truly be endless, just because they have, like, permanent ramping stats. There's no way for an enemy to beat them. And like some people would love to just go until they get bored, but most people aren't really looking for that. Most people are looking for an endless that does ramp up and will challenge them. But yeah, maybe it ramps up too fast. I don't know. I'm not the target audience either way. I have heard that a lot of people who are excited for Endless do want tweaks to it, but like I don't know, like I have known people to just play like 200 extra floors in Slay the Spire Endless with an instantly scaling build just so that they could have fun seeing the number go up. And I know of at least one player on the Monster Train Discord who like macros their cards so that they can like perform infinites and just keep going pretty far and endless without actually having to sit there and play the cards. But either way, it's not my thing, so I don't have particularly strong feelings about it either way. Anyways, we got Bullet up to 1572, 1457, which is pretty cute. Again, we really did need the cleave to make that work, because I had no meaningful backline. I could kill one dude with Bullet each turn, and then the cluster kernels would just poke at whatever remains. We really needed cleave or trample or a lot of multi-strike to translate that into something useful. Yeah, I remember having played Endless Spire with Orisa Mod and went on long. Then out of the blue, I got one shot by some kind of boss with millions of HP. Yep, fair enough. Anyways, let us record what we used, and then move on from there. So this was Hiveminder with Bogworm. As far as units go, we used Green Recruit and Cluster Kernel, and those were the only ones we ended with. We did have the Squad Leader for a time, and we did have the whatever the punk bird is called that I can't remember its name of. I want to say Punk Rocker, but I'm pretty confident that's not the name. Either way, we had that for a time, but not in the ending deck. Also didn't actually really end up mattering at any point. And I think that was all for units, because in that we just had the Shield Stewards. It really was just basically spawn and let Bullet do the work. As far as spells go, just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. We had Cleave. We had Selfless Sacrifice, which is a little bit of a shame to lose. It's a good, really versatile card. The damage shields are nice, and the fact that it can also be a shift card is really good. Spawning Pods is a good, solid spawn spell, but we definitely needed it here, so. And then rooms, we used Boiler Room. And for equipment, we used Mitosis Cat. And I think that's everything. It was mostly just the Spawning Pods, the Cleave, and the Bullet. Punk Hymnist. No, that's not his name. It's Death Metal Hymnist. I am going to look that up in a moment because it's going to drive me crazy if I don't know. But let's also reposition this just a tad so that M isn't going off the screen. Anyways, there we go. That was a run. Certainly way better than the prior run. Punk Shredder. There we go. It's like, I know it's Punk something. We literally just saw it. Could not remember it. Anyways. I'm pretty good in general about remembering the names of the cards in this game. But there's so many cards now with us having this many clans. Plus the Wormkin cards are still stuck in my brain somewhere. Anyways, here we are. Hopefully we get Wormkin back at some point. That's something I definitely look forward to. Regardless, that's where we're stopping for the night. It was a good Bullet run, but we still got to do the other two paths, so hopefully that turns out. It would be a shame if we lose, because Bullet definitely has the possibility of us just kind of collapsing if we don't see the right things we need. But we'll see. He's not like a bad champion. It's just that, especially with this challenge and with the stipulation that our champion needs to be a meaningful part of our deck, it's very easy for us to kind of whiff on things and have to cobble together a much worse solution. Regardless, that's where we're stopping for the night. It's also Thursday rolling into Friday, so that's it for me for the week. So I will be gone for the weekend, being busy like usual. So I'll be back on Monday. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Have a great weekend. Hope you are having a good time with the challenge, and we'll pick up where we left off on Monday. Have a nice night.